Oh, whoops. Wait. Ah, that's right. What window we were using. There we go. Evening. Audio's on. How's everybody doing? Hey, Beth. Was that you that just joined Discord? I'm gonna make sure I gave you the right role, if so. You've been here for a while. I'll give you the student right away. Is it Ryzen or Risen? Both of them sound cool. Anyways, hello and welcome. Glad you're here. Okay, good. Because I wanted to make sure that you get the student role and not just the prospective student role. You have access to most of the server outside of member stuff. Let's see, who else is here? Lugia, Sarah, and Ran. I expect a smaller crowd tonight since A, I normally never stream on Thursdays, and B, there wasn't like a huge announcement ahead of time. And C, notifications have been really wacky lately for most of the channels in my network, which has sucked for them because they end up getting this really low percentage of viewers through notifications, and they're channels that kind of rely on that. Whereas, because I have I don't want to call it a gimmick because it's not really it's a truthful presentation, right? But since I have this kind of additional uniqueness to like these Ace Attorney videos, I tend to get a lot of people who are just anticipating it, so they just know generally when it's going to happen, so notifications just don't matter as much. So I'm lucky in that regard, but a lot of other people have been suffering from that. It really sucks. Yeah, we did back-to-back today. But in any case, this stream won't be super long. One, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to be missing it, and two is I'm still out of it. Yesterday I was feeling a little better, but then I just got so annoyed by the internet thing, and that just took it out of me, having to worry about that for, a couple hours. And my sleep's just been all over the place. I went to sleep at 3, woke up at 7. Took like an hour nap today, but this weekend's gonna be great. Going out of town, up north, into some like cabin area, just secluded. I'm still gonna be working on channel stuff and be working on videos. Gonna be especially working on Justice for All VOD cuts, which I'm super far behind on, and I'm so upset about that. And getting stuff like that uploaded, but no streams. So I'm gonna go to sleep, and I'm gonna sleep for as long as I need to sleep. Just what's gonna happen. Then call me the weak, because I need the sleep. The mic sounds low tonight. It shouldn't be. Oh, you know what? I did press it slightly forward earlier when I don't even remember what I was doing, but I felt like it was in my way, so I pushed it back a bit. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Lugia. That's what I've been hearing all over the place. And that, like I said, that really sucks, because not everybody's as fortunate as I am where they don't have to really rely, or I don't have to really rely on notifications all that much, so. I used to be grumpy, but when I started taking Prozac, it really got rid of my grumpies. God, I sounded like a 5-year-old. It got rid of my grumpies. All right, so yeah, next day. Sorry, I am constantly forgetting to turn that down. Oh my god. I hate that it does that. I have to reset the volume every time. And then I don't generally, like, if I was playing the trilogy, the HD trilogy, the title screen would come out and I'd hear sound right away. So I already know that, oh, it's loud, I gotta do something about this. But here there's no sound, so I never get it until I like go to the next frame and then boom. Hey, Flame Enforcer, how's it going? And Pika. Yeah, this is a bop.
This is it, the big day. Did you get any sleep?
Yeah, I went to bed at 1 a.m. or so. Yeah, that's like, whew, I got to bed early at 1 a.m. That's like, no lie.
Oh, what time did you wake up?
3 a.m. Normally it would be 4 a.m. for me, but yeah, that's about right.
It's only 2 hours, Apollo. But at least you have me. And the amazing Mr. Hat. Here's looking at you, kid.
Good luck today, Apollo. That voice. Hey, get any sleep? Mr. Wright! I was going out of my mind with boredom, so I signed myself out earlier today. Somehow that place makes fake piano playing at the, Indochine pasta joint seem almost fun.
Daddy, do you know Prosecutor Gavin's witnesses today?
Take a guess.
How about Little Plum?
That Sherman tank of a mom. Sherman tank of a mom. Nope, guess again.
That's too bad, you know. Speaking of moms, you need to find me a new mommy one of these days, Daddy.
It's barely morning and you're at it already, Trucy. What a stupid thing to ask me. Like, goddamn, dude, why are you laughing at her? Oh my god. Hey, RS Bridge, how's it going? You only had one night, what, of like your life? Where you only had 2 to 3 hours of sleep? Yeah, she's gonna rat out the mob, the wife of the mob leader is gonna go rat out the, yeah, exactly, probably not, right? Okay, see, this is why I don't buy the father-daughter relationship. So, Mr. Wright, do you know who the prosecutor's witness is? Alita Tiala, your client's fiancée. She's gonna be a witness?
That seems odd. Why would she testify against her own fiancé? Or fiance. Sorry, I know the difference.
You have to wonder what Gavin's up to. Something's going down today, that much is clear. Time for oh wait, not yet.
Well, not to worry, I've got my panties back.
Okay, okay.
If we can't find the killer, I'll pull one out of there.
Well, Ran, let me say, I don't know how old you are, but let me just say, that's really good. Because while I can't remember, I'm sure it happened in high school due to like anxiety or like allergies or something like that, or my cat bothering me. I can definitely tell you in college when I was struggling, like mentally, I had some days where I got no sleep, as in I was up. There was one point where I think I was up for 50 hours in a row. It was such a weird experience. It was surreal almost. I was afraid to stay awake and have to do things, but I was also afraid to go to sleep. So I basically just stayed up and was on a Zanga the entire time. And like watching movies or something on my laptop. It was like 2006, so I used actual DVDs. Believe me, it was not something that I wanted to do. I just could not, like, I just couldn't go to sleep. It wasn't even because I was, like, cramming or anything. I wasn't doing anything for school at that point because I was just avoiding everything. But yeah, I definitely pulled all-nighters for work. I've done that a lot in the past 6 months. It wasn't a problem in the summer, but when my schedule changed for the fall, then it did become a bit of a problem. So I have to schedule that better. Like if I'm going to do it, I have to do it on like certain days only. Floppy disk. Still though, if you can't think of your more recent life and it hasn't happened more than the one time, that's pretty good. That's really good. That's 24 hours, like 3-4 hours. Yeah, research especially. I mean, you sounds like you might be more in the, I don't know if you're more like the sciences sort of thing, but there's a lot of research in law, and I don't know, and this was the same for me when I was taking psych, for my undergrad. When you get going in research, because for me, research takes a little bit to get into. Like, I'm just like, oh God, I gotta power through the initial, because the initial research is always just, the first like hour is just like, like watching paint dry. But once you get going, it gets super interesting, and you don't want to stop because you're on a roll, and you know as soon as you stop, you're going to have to go back to that initial stage again the next day when you have to go back and try to finish. You don't want to do that. That's interesting, though, because American Pie, the first American Pie happened when they were in high school. They were in high school in the first movie. They were in college in the second movie, but that was like summer. It was psychology. Gotcha. Yeah, so yeah, I think you know what I mean. Court is now in session for the trial of Walker Kitaki. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is warmed up, and it's a sold-out house. Very well, to recap, while yesterday's witness seemed more guilty than any other party,
Guilty of panty snatching.
we did find out one thing for certain. There were 3 people in the park at the time of the murder. The witness, the victim, and the defendant.
Correct, Herr Judge. And today I'd like to do something a little new age. I'd like to look at this crime from the outside.
The outside? God, I love that look, because he looks like he's just putting all of his brain power into his sentence.
The acquisition of the murder weapon, the preparation for the act. Our poor defendant told all, you see. To his betrothed.
His betrothed?
His fiancée, Herr Judge. His partner for life, with no chance for parole.
Divorce attorneys would disagree with that. Very well, you may show the lucky lady to the stand. That's really funny.
Your name and occupation, Fräulein.
I still don't remember what her original voice is, but we'll stick with the southern thing I was doing before.
Lady Tiala, my occupation is future wife.
Traditional values. I respect that. Too many brides these days can't even weave baskets blindfolded, underwater. What the hell is wrong with them? Yet, you're here today as a witness for the prosecution?
To be honest, I didn't want to testify at first, but I couldn't hide the truth.
Honesty, another admirable trait.
Fräulein, is it true that on the day of the crime, the defendant, Walkie-Talkie, confessed his plans? His plans for murder? Yes.
The witness will please give her testimony to the court. That's it. This weekend I'm looking into new monitors. If anybody has a great suggestion for a monitor that isn't like $1 billion, that runs at like the next step up from 60 hertz, you want to DM me in Discord? I would greatly appreciate that, because I guess I could get another BenQ. The BenQ's been really good. This is only a 1080. He's gonna rub a hole in this. Yeah, he's gonna have a big hole after that. Amount of psychology is exhausting. See, I never found the amount of psychology to ever be exhausting, but it depends on like what you're doing it for. I think I did it for the scholarly aspect of it. Initially, at least. Then I decided I wanted to be more of the therapist. And then I found out that I'd have to do more research and stuff in like studies and labs and stuff for my master's, and I didn't care to do that. So then I decided to go to law school. Yo, what's up, Time Samurai? Nothing too much. We were just in the lobby and now we're in, so not very much. But yeah, I mean, like, if your focus is like, I just want to help the people, then all that extra stuff can get like overwhelming. No worries, dog. I know this is kind of it's not an ordinary stream day at all.
It was the day that the family health checkup results came back. When Walkie found out that Dr. Maractus had lied, he flew into a rage. I'll teach him, he said. He took one of the family's pistols, and you already know what happened that night. I just don't see how anyone but Walkie could have done it.
I would object to that last statement. Her speculation there is completely worthless as somebody who didn't actually witness the crime. So the pistol did belong to the Kitaki family then.
Yes, with regards to this, an investigation is underway at the Kitaki mansion on charges of the possession of illegal firearms.
And the bullet that took the victim's life, was it
fired from the pistol the defendant procured? Yes, this has been proven. How can you prove something like that?
Bullets carry marks from the barrel that fired them, called, rifling marks?
Rifling marks? Think of them as being a gun's fingerprint left on every bullet it fires. We've only talked about this at least one time per every Phoenix Wright game.
And when did you first hear about Walkie's plan?
It was the day of the murder. I should have stopped him. I just didn't think he'd actually do it.
I'm trying to get like between Lada and Dahlia, and that's kind of hard.
Dahlia is very much like this.
And then Lada's like this. So, not being Southern though, it kind of presents issues. But yeah, so I'd object to her statement, that last statement. I would also, I'm not sure if this would, there would be a back and forth on this, and the judge would have to rule. But this is potentially hearsay. Well, it is hearsay, but there are hearsay exceptions. Hearsay will be allowed as testimony if the hearsay is not related to the truth of the matter asserted. Now, if you're confused as to what that phrase means, you're not alone. A lot of people struggle with that. It would make more sense for me to have a video on that and just like go over this particular part, because I don't want to get into, I would have to go out and get like one of my evidential class presentations to like explain this all. No, because in theory, well, okay, so I don't know, we don't know how much Waki knows about this sort of thing, right? But in theory, she could be subpoenaed and then compelled to testify if the judge deemed it fit. Because I believe hold on, let me check something real quick. I don't remember if this is a state law. Spousal privilege. I don't remember if this is common law or if this is federal case law. Okay, so it is federal. Could not remember that. So it's a federal law that a husband and wife cannot be compelled to testify against each other, but that's husband and wife. I've never actually seen a scenario brought up of it being a fiance, like with just fiancés. At least in the definition of the federal law, it wouldn't apply from what I'm seeing, because it specifically says spouse and marital privilege. If you're not married, then you don't have a marital relationship yet. But anyways, let's say, just establish that because they're not married, she could be compelled to testify against him. If she gets subpoenaed, that means that she is forced to come in and testify under oath as to what happened. So, like, he could be mad at her for, like, not lying for him, but I don't think that necessarily means she doesn't love him. She just knows it would be against the law for her to lie under oath. So, but Waki would also have to have a bit of a brain to get to that point of thinking anyways. So I would think he'd just be kind of hurt right now. Maybe betrayed, but not feel like there was no love. The defense may begin the cross-examination. That was the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, everyone in the family received their checkup results that day. When Waki looked at his face went so pale.
But of course, he had just found out he had a bullet in his chest. So you were there at the time?
Yes, poor Waki.
We all know she did it, right, at this point? That must have been, quite frightening.
He was furious, smile. He ripped his report into shreds, smile.
Incidentally, I had to request another copy to file as evidence. A bothersome chore, but one I performed without complaint. Except you're complaining about it now.
Waki's at an age where he's hard to control when he loses his temper. Of course, that little bit of instability is so cute, smile.
The witness, or the person on trial may plead the Fifth Amendment in that they refuse to testify because the testimony may serve to incriminate them. But that doesn't necessarily apply to a witness.
She's just like, it's so cute. I get him to kick people's asses for me all the time.
I like her. She's funny. She's probably an awful person, but that's pretty funny. Great. Now he sounds like a psychopath. Hello. I'm sorry. I don't know. I never know how to say that. Finquigads. The Finquigads 2. I really need to do a better job of keeping my rhetorical statements to myself. Because I'm sure it doesn't help when people are like, I don't know if this is a spoiler, if we can talk about spoilers. And I'm sitting here like giving statements that seem to invite statements on the matter. But I should really be more careful. So, is it easy to take a pistol out from the house? Though I guess part of the problem is, if I keep the rhetorical statements completely to myself, then you'll probably never hear what my actual thoughts of like about what's going on, which would be bad.
Not really, I think. There's a system in place to limit access. But Walkie's a special case, being the next in line. Perhaps his treatment was a bit too special, ja? Well, maybe he is a bit spoiled. I hear he got amazing presents for his birthdays. Last year was a switchblade made out of chewing gum and a chocolate gravestone.
That's the most worthless switchblade I've ever heard of in my life. I'd take a chocolate gravestone, though. I can eat something morbid. Your personal statement for your applications? So it's kind of hard to give specific suggestions because I don't know what you should be writing is based entirely on your scholastic experience so far. For example, my personal statement spoke very heavily of the struggles that I endured before getting to the point that I did. Because what I wanted to highlight was that despite all those struggles, I was still able to get to where I was. So that was the main focus of my personal statement. What I would suggest is just trying to keep a main theme so that they could see that you're keeping a cohesive narrative, because that looks really impressive. Because that's a big deal when it comes to putting together an argument, right? So I can only offer that very general advice, because if you're somebody who has amazing grades, then you can talk about how amazing you've been, you know, how hard you've worked, how you've never faltered, never lost focus, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah, that's your one dream. But regardless of what your actual experience was, I think it's important that they hear about it. A house made entirely out of tombstones? I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know there was a channel like that. Did they make one out of gum? You just eat it. Or I would be forced to devour you most messily. Messily? Who's better, her, April, May? Ooh, that's a good question, because April May was really good, but she might be more devious than April May, in that she might actually be the murderer. So, however, we had I think, a bit more extensive interaction with April May prior to this point. when we talked to her, our conversations didn't really seem all that long. I think they're like similar tier though. She was a demon. A cute little demon. Last year, oh yeah, that ridiculous thing. Sounds like he has a taste for sweets and danger. God, Paolo. Overly dramatic there. Oh, the point here being that Waki had access to a pistol. So again, credit where credit is due. The judge very rarely was able to cut through the bullshit in the first 3 games, and he just did it right there. While Apollo's having all these other extraneous thoughts, the judge just like, all we really care about is that he had access to a pistol. Good job. Good fucking job, Judge. I'm impressed. Of course, that was after you basically let everyone know that you thought a woman's place was in the kitchen and nowhere else. Jesus Christ. What happened, meaning the murder? I tried to stop him. I really did. Milwaukee wouldn't listen. Our defendant was nothing if not determined, it seems. The last thing you should do is blame yourself, miss. Seriously, this is a bullshit statement. How can you say that for certain? How? Exactly. That is actually the problem with this. That's why it's a bad statement. She can't say it for certain. Her judgment is based on, oh, I heard this thing that he said, which may or may not be admissible evidence in the first place. But otherwise, I don't know what else happened. So just based on what he told me, it had to have been him. You don't know how many people were in the park. You don't know if anyone else had anything out for the doctor. Like, there's so many factors that are being ignored for this random bit of speculation and conjecture. It's such a bad statement. He shouldn't even, he shouldn't have said hold it. He should have just straight up objected to the statement. I guess that's not really any worse than when they slammed the desk. It just looks more aggressive. Herr Forehead, you will refrain from badgering the Fräulein. It was the defendant, and Walkie, was it, who took the pistol from his home. We know this for a fact now. I suppose we do. So how could anyone else have used this pistol to shoot the victim? They could not. Simple logic, yeah? Well, that's not her for her to determine. Like, she just doesn't know enough information. She knows that he said he was gonna kill the dude, and she knows that he had access to the pistol. Those are only 2 things that she knew. Now, what the judge should be saying is, I will draw my own conclusions to the statements. Thank you very much. Instead of being led like this. That does seem to be the case. Does the defense have anything to say regarding this point? Did someone else have used that pistol? The other thing I'll say about hearsay though is one thing I have little to no knowledge of with regard to Japanese law system is just how hearsay works. I seem to remember somebody telling me that hearsay was basically a non-issue there. And it happened all the time, and it's just like shrug. But I don't remember if that was the case for a fact. That's just something I vaguely remember from one of the prior game playthroughs. Well, I was never in a position where I could have slammed a wall. Because there was never a wall behind me. So, I'd go with the classic desk. Ah, yes, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Yep. I think it was Zara who was like, he was talking about how the judge can like, he'll connect something completely like irrelevant to the facts and then say, oh, but what you must all be saying is true. Like, yeah, so I was at a hamburger stand, then I saw the murder, and then he'll be like, I too enjoy hamburgers. Whatever you're saying is making perfect sense. Let me tell you guys something about glass. It is not fun to walk on. It is kind of difficult to stand on glass for a long period of time, and I didn't know that until recently. I had to stand for a wedding, and it was on plexiglass. The altar part, at least. Hey, Chris, thanks for the host, dude. Much appreciated. So I think I've talked about this before, but I'll just give a little quick rundown on what generally happens here. I have been called for jury duty. I was never called in for jury duty. I was dismissed halfway through the day, which is what happens for a lot of people. Even if I had been called in, it is very unlikely that I would have served on a jury. Almost no lawyer would want another lawyer to be on the jury, unless you were certain that that lawyer was gonna follow your interest, because you know that lawyer's gonna like completely dominate the discussions. But that also means that the other side absolutely would not want that lawyer on the jury, and they would strike that person. It's just so unlikely that I would ever be like, what do you do for a living? I'm an attorney. Oh, well, he's fucking gone. Cleaning an entire glass, I would be so sad seeing all the smudges. I wouldn't want to touch anything. Excuse me. Mr. Justice, the defense have anything to say regarding the defendant's beach house in the Antarctic? Oh. There was sound. I think the game sound might have drowned it out, though. I'll have to go back and look. What used to happen is I used to have it would like be a double sound essentially, and I need to reset that up for the alerts. Would rather stood on glass and shoveled 30 plus inches of snow this morning? Yeah. Fair? Fair. Hey, Tequila Mockingbird. My favorite Mimi? By that you mean... I mean, I would always try to argue that there was somebody else, but I don't know if that's actually what the game... Like, I don't know if the game wants you to have to acknowledge. Based on your testimony, there is clearly one other person had access to that pistol. What's this? Interesting. Let's ask the defense then. Tell the court who this other person with access was. Well, of course. I mean, you, Miss Tiala. Me? But why? You were quite clear when you told the court. You heard about the pistol from the defendant on the day of the murder. In other words, you knew what he was planning. Let me get this straight.
You intend to tell us that this lady stole the pistol from her fiancé and killed the man in cold blood on his behalf? I've heard of people doing strange things for love, but this, it does seem a bit unfathomable, to be sure.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you look at it that way, like an idiot, think a little deeper.
I'm all for romance and for supporting your partner in life, to be sure, but I think I would hesitate at murder.
Glad to know that, Judge. I'd hope you do more than hesitate. But eventually I'd get over it and just pull the trigger like a real man. Oh, meme. That's a good question. There are a lot of good ones. My favorite this year were the pallbearers. The Ghana pallbearers doing the dancing with the coffins, the coffin dance. I'm a big fan of Roll Safe. The one with the dude who's like looking back at the girl and his girlfriend sitting there like, what are you doing? That's a good one. There's one that's super, nobody talks about it. And it's old at this point. So, and you had to be in college at the time to really appreciate it. But there was this picture of this college student who's like drinking out of a red Solo cup. It looks like it's in the morning or something. And what would happen is that there'd be a caption with just all like college, like stuff college students would know, like get, like, oh, okay. Like, for example, it would say something like, so our assignment is to read pages 88 through 117. Cool, no homework. Because if you were in college and you got a reading assignment, they're like, oh, I don't actually have homework. I'll just not do anything and come back and learn about what I was supposed to read the next day. There was something about like, my teacher told me that this project was gonna take at least a week ahead of time, so don't procrastinate. Challenge accepted or some shit like that. It's just like, yeah, this is what people are doing. But man, that was not a very long-lived meme, and I'm pretty sure it just went through like college circles at the time because who else would have fucking cared or found it funny? Man, that takes me back. That was like 2010 or 11. Girl screaming at cat. Oh yeah, that's a really good one too. Where she's like, and the cat's just like. that was a funny one, yeah. I was too, Beth. TBH. Good old badger, mushroom. It was interesting because that was a huge hit at our school, given that our mascot was the badger in college. A snake, a snake, a snake, oh, it's a snake. Well, what if a different connection could be proven? A connection between the witness and the victim. We might find that she had a personal motive beyond wanting to help her fiancé. That would put things in a slightly different light. What possible connection are you suggesting here?
You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that the police never looked inside that safe.
I have evidence showing a connection between the witness, Miss Yala, and the victim. Yeah, she was the nurse. I fail to see exactly what sort of connection this shows. Well, see, that's because there isn't one? Oh, God. I believe you understand. I believe your wildly wandering eyes deserve a penalty. It shows her on as the nurse on that fucking... Oh, it was his chart. I'm an idiot. Okay, fair enough, game. I was wrong. That looks like a medical chart. That's probably a HIPAA violation. Found inside a safe at the Maractus Clinic. I'd like to draw the court's attention to the names written on the chart. Although, to be fair, it's our client, so it'd be very easy for us to get his permission. What? Miss Tiala, whatever. Why is your name on this chart? Sweating bullets. Well, care to explain the meaning of this, Miss Tiala? I'm not sure what you mean by meaning, Mr. Justice. Oh, I love your resting bitch face. Please. Keep it coming. Our warm little fiancé just froze over. I was on staff at that clinic until half a year ago. It was boring, so I quit. Wow, look at that sly smile. I aspire to have a crooked smile like that when I'm being cocky about something. Holy shit. Oh, yo, what's up, good James? How's it going, dude? How's your holiday preparations going? Oh yeah, Maya's probably like 26, I think, at this point. Correct, Cam. That was my first stop in undergraduate school. Hello, nurse. You ever have a cocky or smug oh god, all the time. What's up, Metal Mario? That happens frequently. Most of the times, for me, it was a parent, in the case either one of the parents, that just was like, it would be the parent that's like, this is all silly, this is all ridiculous, like, whatever, this is stupid, sort of thing. They would be insufferable on the stand, but that was fine, as long as it wasn't my client. But that doesn't happen with my clients, because I always made sure that they understood, do not be an ass clown on the stand. It will hurt you. Like, most of the people that were ever testifying in cases that I was in, parents, because like in divorce cases or child custody cases or CPS cases, other family members, police officers, social workers. The police officers and social workers were never cocky. Never. Because they are basically professional witnesses. They're on the stand frequently, giving testimony. So they don't act like that. Well, I've never prosecuted, because I've never worked as a prosecutor. I've been a plaintiff's attorney, which is the party bringing the action in a civil case. That's the closest thing that I would have done with prosecution. I mean, I don't work for CPS. I would serve one of two roles. Either the judge would appoint me to defend one of the parents, because you're not supposed to do both, because they could have differing interests based on the facts. Or I would be the guardian ad litem for the child. It would be my ward, in which case I represent the child's best interests, the objective idea of the child's best interests. But no, I didn't work for Corp Counsel, so I didn't prosecute parents. I interned for Corp Counsel, so I was an intern for the attorneys that would
prosecute the parents, but again, it's a civil case, so it's not technically prosecution. Oh, so is it like loud in the house? Wear a different badge and get a judge that doesn't know you well. Oh God, that sounds awful, guy. Oh, there are many things I hate about divorce court, and that is one of them. What happens I won't say most of the time, but what happens in those situations normally is that both parents do it, and then the kid's just utterly confused. We don't know if all the judges' rulings are right. We only know that the ones that we were a part of were correct. He could have made many, many faulty rulings before and during with other cases. All attorneys have clients that they did not like. Oh, really? That's cool, dog. I'm based on him being your grandfather, I'm guessing he was either, if he was an attorney, a practicing attorney, like litigator, he was probably either a prosecutor or worked for the government in some capacity, a public defender, or a general practitioner. Because the more specialized lawyer is a relatively recent development. Not like super recent, but like if you went back in time, a lot of lawyers, like Abe Lincoln was a general practitioner. You wouldn't find somebody that's like, I specialize in immigration law. Yep, that's true, Tequila. There's always going to be somebody you end up not wanting to work with. I don't do the child one anymore. It drove me to the point of wanting to constantly scream at people for being terrible people. So I stopped doing that. So the easy answer to that is immigration. Right, it's a reputation, but how do people know? They don't know. Like that reputation in and of itself is a faulty reputation. You don't hear that about judges. You don't hear people talk about judges and they're like, he always gets the right verdict. Because, especially in criminal cases, sometimes you just can't know. They just have to make their best guess. Unless those people can actually look into the minds of other individuals, or omnipotent in some way, they don't know. It's just a bad rumor, making some really ridiculous speculation. Student athlete compensation case. Yeah, as a sports, somebody went through school as a sports lawyer. Those cases are, I still, like, I don't practice sports law because it's very difficult to get into that field. But I still, like, we get our newsletters as like alumni of the National Sports Law Institute. Yeah, she does with the wings. I've had to call CPS 4 times. Yeah. I've seen that happen in cases where it was daycare that noticed that something was amiss. I appreciate it, Sarah, but yeah, not my thing anymore. Hey, Ventus, what's up? No worries.
Right. So the burden of proof is beyond reasonable doubt, which is like the highest burden of proof. But I would contend that there are many situations where they don't know beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because we're talking, especially during jury trials, we're talking about people that they're deliberating, and there will be people that disagree. And then they'll have to argue each other down to come to a consensus. Otherwise, it's a deadlocked jury. Or a hung jury. I think sometimes that happens with judges too. But you just don't see bench trials with murder cases very often in the US. At least not as often as we do here. It's been like exclusively here. Bench trials. Meaning the judge is the one who determines the verdict. We could be affiliated, but we stream on YouTube too, and simultaneously with Restream. And if we wanted to become a Twitch affiliate, we couldn't do that anymore because Twitch doesn't allow you to simultaneously stream on two platforms. Whereas YouTube, we're monetized on YouTube. YouTube doesn't give a shit. Also, thank you for the follow, Tequila. Yeah. Exactly, Beth. It just wore me down mentally. I just had to stop. And it sucked because that was the moneymaker. You can make a ton of money in that because everyone has problems. Everyone. So I voluntarily took a big pay decrease by getting rid of those areas of practice. Correct. Yes. Only criminal cases are beyond reasonable doubt. But then a civil case is treated completely different because there's no prosecution as terms of, criminal acts, right? Preponderance of the evidence is the lowest standard burden of proof. Preponderance of the evidence is you only have to think that it's more likely to have happened than not, which means you could be only 50.00000000001% sure that it happened versus not, but that's enough with preponderance of the evidence. Then there's a middle ground called clear and convincing, and that is where, in our state at least, CPS cases lie, because with CPS it's kind of this, it's not criminal court, but it's like this mixture of civil and criminal court. So they raise the standard, but not up to the standard of criminal court. Yeah, that's what I remember somebody telling me, is like this was accurate because at the time there was no jury system at all. And I understand why as an attorney, you're told, like, if you believe your case is rock solid, you should not want a jury because you want the judge just to see how good your case is. You don't want to put it into the hands of people that could get it wrong because they lack an understanding of the law. But if you have a very toss-up of a case, a coin flip, or a shit case, then you want a jury because it's more possible that they can get it wrong in your favor. That's just for an indictment, though. That's not for an actual, like, action with a consequence. Or with a judgment, I should say. So we don't really group that
in the same way. Because, I mean, that standard applies to any case, too. Because you could move for summary judgment and say, we accept that all the facts are true and they still don't have a case. And the judge will rule on that. But that's not, again, we don't group that burden of proof with preponderance, clear and convincing, and reasonable doubt, usually. At least we didn't. Yeah. Not only are they guilty until proven innocent, but like witnesses are like assumed to be lying. So impeachment and perjury aren't really much of a thing. I guess I didn't know that for sure, but I just assumed that was the case. Middle Mario. So the idea behind juries is that more heads are better than one. And in theory, they should all be, when you go through the voir dire process, you should be able to vet any potential prejudices. I have not gotten spoiled about any other cases, as far as I know at least. Wait, what do you mean, JB? What's up, by the way? I mean, I don't think you can try Lugia, but I don't think you'll be able to post it because I think only mods can post links. Japan thought juries would allow criminals to get off for crimes easier. Yeah, I mean, that's, again, if I'm a criminal defense attorney and my case is shit, which it normally is because prosecutors aren't generally going to bring a case unless they feel it's very strong because they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and that burden of proof is so tough. So if you see a charges brought, they are probably very confident that their case is better than your case of defending. So that's why you do see jury trials very often. Yeah, Compton Castles. That was so funny. Yeah, and that goes back to why Phoenix was an amazing attorney, right? And yet the game hardly acknowledges it. He's ridiculously good. I remember somebody told me when I first started playing the first game and I still didn't have too much of a background in the Japanese legal system because I didn't realize how much it was going to be like the Japanese legal system. Said something like, if you could get like a handful or like half a dozen acquittals and you're seen as like a legend throughout the course of your career. A legend. Yeah, it seems like prosecutors in general in Japan get a lot of power. Way more power than they do in the US. Huh, I guess we could try doing that later. That's true. It could be. We can only go based on what we're told, right? We don't know if it's really 99%. Alright. Back to Miss Smug. Look at that face.
That's all. Is there a problem with that?
Miss Tiala, you testified that you had no connection to the victim.
And I don't now.
Now?
I quit half a year ago, didn't I? So there's no connection.
That's not how that works. Unless you somehow were able to completely wipe your memory and his memory and actually your employment from the face of history, there's a connection.
Let me guess, you're the kind of guy who can't rest until he knows every last detail of his girlfriend's past. Am I right?
That's not true at all. Why, I embrace the ones I love, past flaws and all, no matter. There's no connection now doesn't fly in a court of law. Doesn't fly? She's one tough nut. She probably feels right at home with the Katakis. You left your job at the Maractus Clinic, true, but you remain connected somehow. Very well, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that proves the witness is still connected. She had a... Oh my god. The connection never goes away. If you want to talk about motive, that is different. This? Which one do I show? This one?
Objection!
Why not? It might be nice for a change. Wow, he blew me away with his solo, his air guitar solo. Do we show the sandals? I guess we gotta show the sandals to then. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was thinking about that backwards. These sandals were found in the Maractus Clinic lobby. They're yours, aren't they? Ah. Well, who knows? I'm sure there are lots of people with those sandals. So sorry, Fräulein, but your act isn't working. Your moments of hesitation just now cost you. Okay, just real quick, I'm only... If there's any seemingly question posed, I'm speaking rhetorically. I don't want to know anything about the future. But I will just say that Gavin... The big difference between Gavin and then the group of Edgeworth, Francisca, and Godot, Gavin doesn't actually seem like a sinister dude at all, or angry, or malicious, or vengeful. He seems like he's legitimately just like, I just want to know the truth and that's it. That's all I care about. I have no grudge against Apollo Justice or anything else, really. I just want to spar in the court of law. And that makes him a much different adversary than we're used to. Not that it's a bad thing, just different. What's with you? I thought you were on my side. Perhaps you are unaware that toes leave toe prints? Simple analysis of these sandals will reveal all. Well, now we see your true colors. I was wrong to cooperate with you from the beginning. I just wanted you to help get Walkie back on the straight and narrow. But why what? Executing him? Because this would be premeditated murder. In which case, that is hanging, apparently, from what I understand. This court thinks you need to worry less about Walkie and more about yourself. It sounds as though we need to hear a bit more about your story. Your sandals were found at the entrance to the clinic, which means you went there on the day of the murder. Well, there's little point in denying it. Very well, the witness will tell us about the visit. Why did you go to the Maractus Clinic that day? Yeah, I'm not sure what I prefer yet. On its face, I would agree with you, but I'm not sure. Gavin, there's a chance Gavin could end up blowing me away somehow. People hate Francisca? Why? She's fantastic.
what Dog said. Because the problem is that I feel like I can never say this in a way that isn't straight up tooting my own horn, but I'm going to be able to understand a lot just from you guys saying, oh yeah, this character is really good, or oh no, this character is really bad. You can say you like or dislike a character because that's completely personal opinion, but in trying to confirm my thoughts of it is different. And it gives me expectations that I don't want. If that makes sense. Was Godot malicious? Yes. Yes. He had it out for Phoenix. He tells you he had it out for him. He was smooth, but he still had that. He had this, like, to me, he always had this hidden aggression to him towards Phoenix. Yo, what's up, Nathan? Is there a limit on how far back a connection can go before it is considered irrelevant? That depends. But if you're going to say that you have no connection to the victim, if you are saying you have no connection at all, then I would argue that any connection, no matter how far back it is, of you knowing the victim is a connection. You're straight up lying. Now, how much does that connection matter is different. If it was 15 years ago, yeah, it might not matter as much now, but it still exists. That's the problem. The connection exists. It's just, is it strong enough to actually matter? But to say you have no connection, if you know that person, that's just an objectively wrong statement. I mean, his guitar skills aren't blowing me away. They're pretty good. He literally took health away from me. I mean, that's pretty good. Gavin is a Chad. He is kind of a Chad, but he's a decent Chad. Oh yeah, Francisca's definitely abusive. But I still found her character entertaining. Oh yeah, I would love to wear what Gavin's wearing as my normal attorney attire. Actually, to be completely honest, Apollo has it right. This is infinitely more comfortable than your standard suit, coat, and like, you know, you don't have the sleeves. Having your sleeves rolled up is a big difference in comfort. Let me tell you. Well, I mean, Pain's meant to be bad. Because he's jelly. Yeah, she seems to know how to deal with a criminal. Yeah, she was over the top, and that's fine. To me, that's fine. If you're over the top, and it's done well, that's okay. And I thought Francisca was that over the top. Because she still had that vulnerability to her that made her, like, gave her some endearing characteristics. I should do an air guitar next time I'm in court. I don't think I'd be allowed back in that court again. Godot is the truest Chad, yeah.
I did go to the clinic that day, my first time in half a year, since I quit in January. I went to warn him. After all, I knew Walkie had the pistol. The doctor always was a timid man, too timid to admit his own mistake. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. I wanted to tell him to be careful as an old friend.
By mistake, you mean the mistake we heard about from the defendant? The botched operation?
He was a timid, small man, but I never wished him harm. I just thought I should let him know, you know?
That does make sense. But why wouldn't she have mentioned that before then? There's no reason for her not to say that. Oh, Judge, come on. You were doing, like Chad said, you were doing so well, and now you're just losing it. You're losing it again. Yes, but there's still one thing which does not. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? The sandals left in the lobby, of course. We can assume she wore these sandals to the clinic, yeah? Then why did she not wear them home? If it were me, I would have worn them home. I would have worn those sandals home, too. Then, so, why were the sandals left behind? They pointed out the contradiction before me. There's probably a good explanation for this, right, Miss Tiala? Say, for instance, there happened to be a similar pair of sandals there which you wore home by mistake. Actually, that's right. I'm impressed, Mr. Gavin. Oh, it is nothing. There is, after all, no other possible explanation. Yeah, forehead? Oh, what the? No fair. That was actually slick. We're still gonna bust his ass, but that was slick. He's filling the holes in her testimony. The defense may begin the cross-examination. That's something Edgeworth always did that was really good. Attempt to fill in the holes before Phoenix could attack them. Around what time did you go to the clinic? I don't remember exactly, but it was after 9:30, I think. AM or PM? And that was the first time you had contacted Dr. Maractus in half a year? Of course it was. He wasn't the kind of boss you made friends with. You just called him an old friend. So why'd you go to the clinic that day? Pass the hydrator, please. Yeah, so she has like half Dahlia, half Lotta. That's like I'm trying to get in between them. So she's still different. Because I don't remember what voice I gave her initially, so this is just her voice now. Yo, what's up, Jake? Yeah, the only issue with that strategy, if I'm Apollo or the judge even, is that they have to be very careful not to lead their witness, because you could object to the line of questioning or statement as being leading the defendants, and that's something that a judge can can strike that, then can sustain that objection. I mean, Phoenix now is like apparently the smartest attorney ever, despite not having practiced in 7 years. So right now it's Apollo. We're talking about the difference between Apollo and Phoenix in the first game? Probably Phoenix. I would say Apollo in this game is a little better than Phoenix in his first game. So far. That could change. Did you want Dr. Maractus to run away? Well, after I failed to stop Walkie, I thought that was the only other way to avoid the problem. Couldn't you have called? Why go in person? I called several times that evening, but no one was in. The victim was busy driving home until after 9 p.m. that night, remember? This was proven by this mirror yesterday, yeah? I thought if I warned him, he would run away for sure, knowing the doctor. You mean that act of malpractice on Walkie, correct? If he had just told Walkie the truth in the beginning, none of this would have happened. True, that operation was the start of this whole affair. Oh, of course, if he'd told him, he might have been erased by the Katakis much earlier. A disturbing thought. We know that... God, that's speculation. conjecture. Ugh, no.
We know that the... I would object to that statement. We know that the Maractus Clinic had ties to the Kataki family. He probably couldn't have gone to the police, even if he wanted to. That's why I knew I had to warn him.
Like, yeah, the problem is that Gavin's doing too much of the filling in of the story for her. That probably wouldn't fly.
No dark secrets, eh?
Fucking terrible way to word that.
What? Look at me however you want, Mr. Justice. You won't find a thing.
He's hiding something. I know it.
I must have some evidence that proves it, too. You're free to think whatever you like. I went to that clinic with only one thought in mind.
Okay, I do have the bracelet. I gotta pay attention to whether or not there's something weird going on with her tics.
But then you'd be betraying Waki, wouldn't you?
Keep forgetting that that's a function in this game.
No, I did it for him, for us. She went to warn him so that her fiancé would not have to commit such a crime, yeah? I didn't want them to take my Waki away.
There's no way she went to that clinic just to warn him.
You know why she went, Apollo?
Time to figure out what really happened at that clinic. And fast.
Okay. I don't notice anything odd about anything she's doing.
Bulb is broken. It won't turn on.
Oh, how's it broken?
Don't touch that. You'll cut yourself.
Hey,
Yeah, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me too.
my finger!
Ak, you're bleeding! Let me see that! Wait,
Magic blood! Tee-hee, gotcha!
please don't do that again. I have enough to worry about without my coworkers injuring themselves on the evidence. This cord runs to the lamp. There's a red stain on it. Gotta wonder what left that stain.
Wait, I know. Maybe it was left there by a red marker. Like they were trying to write their name and slipped.
Why would anyone write their name on a lamp cord? It's just something funny about the way he asked that. Like, come on, stop being a fucking moron.
I used to write my name on my magic ropes.
Wait, no, not that. There's like a band-aid on there, wasn't there? I'm seeing things. That was not a thing. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I think that was like the glare. This is some of the worst fucking handwriting I have ever seen in my life.
Oh, it's all mush.
That's one tough save.
You know, it looks kind of yummy.
Huh?
Like ice cream. Caramel.
You certainly have an active imagination, Trucy. Oh, Trucy's so pure.
Ice cream bullet.
I can't use it. Oh, because it'll start like vibrating or something, right? I can't just like always. I can't just use it whenever I want. Not hiding any dark secrets. This seems to be the biggest bullshit so far. So I wanted to eliminate that. As an old friend. Sorry, I've been racking my brain here. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again. Oh man, that dude. Take his politics completely out of the equation. That dude was fucking hysterical. Not in an intentional way, mind you, but man. Yeah, I mean, I thought he was young. Yeah, I couldn't imagine that either. I got engaged at 29. Why else would I have gone? Where's the game going with this? Why else would she have gone to the clinic? Not the noodles. Can't imagine it was because of the panties. Because that's... And this is the guys, so... That didn't matter. Not the autopsy report. Not the knife. Not the noodles. Not the more panties. Would she have went to get rid of this so that he wouldn't know that she knew about it from the beginning? Because she would have known, right, about the bullet? Yeah, okay. This chart was found inside a safe in the doctor's office. Yes? Why would this one chart be in that safe? Miss Yala, you know why it was, don't you? Mind filling me in? Dr. Maractus didn't have the leisure of making mistakes. That's why he wrote up a false report and kept the truth locked away. Bad, Herr Doctor. And this is where you came in, Miss Tiala. The nurse who filed this chart was you, which means you knew about Walkie's failed operation. Interesting. You were in the same position as Dr. Maractus. Kind of makes it hard to claim no connection, doesn't it? Always love that. Man, I wonder if I've ever had a conversation like that. Yo, what's up, Aseeb? I'm not even going to get a chance to get him before the 22nd because I'm not going to have any chance to play. So, this is where I'm going. I'm pretty sure we won't have much internet. I don't need internet. Should just get them, right? Just download the challenge and I suppose I could do that then. Just get stabbed by the wife. I'm going to be with her and the in-laws. Hey, come on, we're gonna hang out. What are you doing? God, leave me alone. I'm trying to unlock Sephiroth. God. What'd I tell you? I'll let you know when I'm done unlocking Sephiroth. Divorce papers gathered and filed. Yeah, dude, I mean, Jackbox is great fun. I had been hesitant to do it often just because people can have some bad times with it. Excuse me, but we've had nothing but delightful times so far. I think Anthony's really loving Sephiroth too. My uncle and my aunt, my maternal aunt, my mother's sister, and my uncle got married. They were high school sweethearts. I'm pretty sure they got married in their late teens, early 20s. Pretty sure. Loudly mumble and look back and forth at each other very quickly. Yo, what's up, Mike? Yeah, Mike married his fucking elementary school sweetheart. Like, what a legend. I was able to carry over none of those relationships. Because that's impressive. It's truly impressive to be able to carry a relationship. I'm not even talking about like your wife, but even just a friend. To be able to carry a friend for that long when you start to get into your old and cynical years, I think that's really impressive. Yo, what's up, Trev? We haven't done a lot because I've actually done a lot of legal explanations about various things. So, I mean, if you want to go back and watch that, you can, but yeah. Well, and that's what makes it even more baller. Got bullied and was like, that's the one for me. Yeah, it was just with Ace Attorney as background noise. That's kind of what it was. Oh, man. Oh, that's interesting. I think in my state, you would have to have your parents' consent for that at 17. Yeah, I mean, it's really tricky, right? Because at any time, the parents could have been like, we don't want you with her. Now you're in an illegal relationship, right? Suddenly, I know somebody that happened to. They were together, and it was fine until he pissed her parents off, and then they brought charges. And I think he was 18. Occasionally by anime drama. Good anime drama. I'm pretty sure it's not in Wisconsin. I'd honestly have to double check that though. I've never been in a position where I've had to care personally. But yeah, that's probably something I should check on at some point. When I have kids, they're gonna have to be careful. Because that's just, it's such a weird, it's like, it's not even like a, oh, it's ridiculous sort of thing. It's just like, because of the way the law is set up, it's just really tricky. You can be in a consensual relationship and the parents can be like, nope, fuck you, charges. Oh, it doesn't. Interesting. But not necessarily, JB, because that's kind of what we're touching on now. Is it is a state by state thing. So where Beth lives, that could have been fine. I don't know. Oh, okay, that's interesting, because that's not a situation you run into very often. So she's the only one that can consent for herself. Was it that she had no family? They were all dead, or was she just emancipated? Because that's very odd still for a 17-year-old to be on their own. My state would have been very against that happening. Right. Yeah, I knew that in Wisconsin you could do it under 18, but you needed parental consent. Disowned. See, now that's interesting. In Wisconsin, you can't simply disown a child. That's not a thing that you can do here. But in Alabama, you can just like legally say you're not my kid anymore. Yeah, I knew one guy who was emancipated at 16. But that's the only person I've ever known that has had that happen. It's just, I think it's very rare here. So yeah, I mean, once you're emancipated, things change completely. I think it is in many places as long as there's parental consent. You got married 3,000 years ago. Are you still with her? Or him? Or they? But yeah, I don't live in a place where you can simply disown. You can disinherit somebody from a will, but you can't just be like, you're not my kid anymore. And then the courts are like, oh, okay, I guess not the kid anymore. So they kick them out. I mean, that happens here too, but that doesn't legally change the parent-child relationship. If CPS got involved, they would still want to place that kid with somebody, here at least. They wouldn't just let the kid roam free. Did you get divorced, or are you just estranged now? You're bold for a novice, I'll give you that. Mr. Justice, you must know I was only a nurse. The doctor is responsible for the chart's contents. This chart business seems to be quite important. Please amend your testimony accordingly. Too bad, little attorney. Yep, I saw that one. She moved her hand, didn't she? Or is that... my bracelet's reacting again. And that creepy music's playing.
What is it, Apollo?
I felt my bracelet vibrate just now.
Your bracelet?
Just like yesterday. Just like you said. When a witness is unsure of something, their nervous habit gives them away.
But I can't see anything, Apollo.
Huh? Then what's my bracelet reacting to?
Wait, maybe... Yes, that has to be it.
What has to be it?
Your senses, Apollo. They must be sharper than mine.
Huh?
I can't see it, but you can sense it.
I don't know about that, Trucy. I don't have some kind of special power or anything.
Listen to me, Apollo. There's a weak point somewhere in Miss Yellow's testimony. We don't know what her nervous habit is.
Well then, what do we do?
You have to perceive it yourself, Apollo, with your eyes and your senses.
Then it's up to me and my bracelet. I don't know why, but the bracelet helps. Somehow, touching it helps me focus. Let's give it a shot and bring down that testimony. It's time for... oh, never mind. I need to get that bracelet, right? Because otherwise, the cosplay is not complete. Well, that's good. Because I'm going to be honest, it would be very hard for me to still be friends with my wife if we got divorced. Not just like a, oh, because I expect our divorce to be shitty. It's just I would have a hard time dealing with the idea of her being with somebody else. Yeah, it would be abandonment here too, because it doesn't change. And they could bring a TPR, termination of parental rights case, but again, they're still going to the social workers here, the Department of Health and Human Services around the state are still going to do whatever they can to put that parent or that kid with another family. They are. It would be very rare for them to just let them be on their own. The cocaine's kicking in, yeah. Yeah, it looks good so far. The HD version. I mean, that's another thing. You can't really, I mean, you can say you disown your parent, but that doesn't actually legally do anything here. Like, there's no legal ramification from, I disown my mother, just, you know, declaring that. What? Dog? Don't look up. Don't look up. Okay. I shan't look up. I just saw my name all of a sudden and it draws me like, what happened? Yo, what's up, Easy? Good evening, Mr. Dominguez. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Once I saw dog freaking out, I just started scrolling down so that I didn't see whatever. If there, one thing that I do take note of with Restream is that if I see a mod say something, I'll generally, especially during these playthroughs, I'll generally shift my focus to them immediately instead of reading anything in between, just to make sure that there wasn't something that I shouldn't have read. Can a kid reject being put with another family or foster home or whatever? So this is, there's not a clear-cut answer to that. The younger a kid is, the less ability they have to have a say in what's going on. But even older children, they're still going to try to force the issue, and then what generally happens is that the kid will act out to get out of that situation. Because what would happen in a situation like that, in my state at least, is the guardian ad litem would be appointed, like myself, and then separately an attorney would be appointed for the child. Because that attorney's just going to say, well, this is what the kid wants. And then I, as the guardian ad litem, says, well, kid might say that, but I think objectively this is what's best for the kid. And then the judge makes their decision. And then from there, you see what happens. They'll try to force a, you know, square peg into a round hole at times just to see how it works. What's up, Easy? Yeah, it's something like Time Samurai said, it's something that they will consider, but it's not going to completely determine what happens. But again, the older you are, the more your opinion is going to be factored in, generally speaking. There are other factors that can alter that too. Most notably, your how they perceive your mental stability. Yeah, don't watch if you don't want to get spoiled. Come back and watch later once you have played the game. Not noticing anything. Not her mouth. Man, she's good. Ear twitching? Or maybe this isn't the... Maybe this isn't the statement. That's the lie is right there. She had the pistol. But I don't see a tell. Doesn't look like it's her hands. I'm kind of focusing on muscles entirely, but I don't know if that's the correct strategy. That, and when he first felt it, she was in this state. So I have to imagine this is what it is. I just have no fucking idea. God, this is so distracting. How subtle can something be? feel like I probably saw it and I just missed it. Oh, wait. I can freeze it? Oh, I was just gonna hope that something was going on with the mouth that I didn't notice. Okay, so I can press perceive again to freeze it. Okay. I can see why that's useful. Because it'll be, I can tell then based on whatever sentence we're on. Okay. Did they tell me that before? I don't remember them telling me that. Oh. Yeah, I did not notice that before, huh? Gotcha! Why go to the clinic for a half-year-old chart now, you ask? But you know why you would go now, don't you? I don't know what you're talking about. It was quite clear, Miss Ciala, you have a nervous habit. The moment you said the word now, you used your right thumb to fiddle with your ring. What? He was unsure, I saw it. Okay, so I do have a problem with this. It's just like, Your Honor, I know she's lying because she's twiddling with her ring finger. Okay. She could just be nervous. That doesn't mean she's lying. A lot of people get nervous in court. And in fact, I expect most people to be nervous in court. In fact, I think it'd be kind of weird if you weren't nervous in court as a witness. Wait, what's going on? No, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. It's fun. But it's similar to a lot of other things about the game that are fun, but I'm like, okay. But let's be serious, this is kind of dumb. You can find something to be dumb and also think it's fun, right?
Yeah, right, Zara? How's it going, by the way? Well, obviously, okay, wait. It seems that I don't know what the first offense was, so I don't know for sure. It seems that this person earnestly believes it's not a spoiler. So, on one hand, if it's not something that's done knowingly, then I will cut a little slack. However, on the other hand, the mod's telling you to not talk about something, just don't talk about it. The mod's for a reason. You may disagree with it, but that's why they're in the position that they're in. Just listen to them. Yeah, but even just bringing that sentence up would be looked at as weird. It would be looked at as really weird. Because they wouldn't necessarily see it as relevant to anything. I think it actually works better if he just keeps it in his mind. With like the blue text. I honestly think that works better. Because it's kind of weird to just blurt that out. Now, that's the key word. The chart wasn't a part of your past. It was a clear and present threat. That's ridiculous. Why, if that were the case, I would have had 6 months to do something about it. Indeed. Which means something happened quite recently. Something to make that chart a problem for you now. I've got her on the ropes now, I can feel it. Time to strike the killing blow, with evidence. Miss Tiala, there's no use trying to hide it. The chart became a threat to you now because of this. Shit, I don't fucking know. The checkup report. Yeah. A health checkup report belonging to the defendant. The Kentuckys are trying to get out of the business. The health checkup this month was their first ever. What did you think when you heard about this? Oh, nothing. Why should I think anything? Oh, I would think you were positively beside yourself. Because you were afraid. You knew that what Waukie's chest x-ray would reveal. A full half year had passed since the operation. You thought you were home free when the chart came back to haunt you. Eek! Man, she lost it. She's just like stuck there, and he's just like, that's all, Your Honor. Leave her to be stuck there now. What just happened? For the first time, I respect the judge's confusion because I probably would have thought the same thing. It could catch people off guard, but again, it's not going to... A judge isn't going to see it as anything as, oh, they're nervous. I would expect them to be nervous. They're in court. Most people are nervous. Because people do that shit even without lying, because they're nervous. Like, people get really nervous when they're witnesses, and they have nothing to hide. They just don't like being on a witness stand. Yeah, Time Samurai. I think that, like, to me, it's fine that you use the mechanic to, like,
oh, she's doing something differently here that she's not doing any other point in time, right? But then the way I think the game takes it from there could be done a little better. Like, he knows what the problem is, so I don't even think there's a need to point it out. Because she didn't give herself away. He still presented the evidence anyways because he knew. Like I said, it's not a big deal. Just, I think it's a silly addition to a silly but fun mechanic. Yeah, but what the court thinks matters more than what the witness thinks. Mike. What just happened? Did the witness just admit to lying?
I sensed it. There was a great aura emanating from her forehead. Hell yeah. Very cool. So the lady was lying, it seems.
That's correct. She said she had no connection to the Maractus Clinic, but her connection was deep indeed, a bit too deep. If the Katakis got a hold of this chart with her name, she'd be finished. Isn't that right, Miss Tiala?
You guessed it.
Order, order! I did it! I broke her testimony!
Amazing, Apollo. I didn't see it at all. Daddy was right about you. Wait.
Miss Tiala?
It's true that that chart was bad news for me. That's why I went to meet the doctor that day. But that's all. I told him about Waki and went home.
It appears this cross-examination is far from over.
What?
She hid the truth from us, this is clear. Yet, it is not clear that this truth has anything to do with the case at hand.
Okay, but the problem is now that she's impeached as a witness, it doesn't matter. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony, and we'll have a bit more cross-examination. I was so close.
You're still close. Keep on her, Apollo.
What? I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, no, that that actually would be pretty baller. That would be pretty baller to have the prosecutor be like, oh, very cool. Well, yeah, because his like eyes twitching and it like goes red and you're like, oh my god. I'm gonna drink a whole box of wine to keep my abs ripped. Does that work? I could start that diet immediately then. I think you're overestimating how often people will respond and completely break down because you point out a nervous tick. And it could be seen as badgering the witness. Because whatever you say to the witness has to be relevant to what's going on. And when it's not relevant, if I'm an attorney, I object to badgering. Because that could be considered badgering. No, Mike, you just destroyed my hopes and dreams. They say 1 glass a day of red wine can actually be very healthy for your heart. I don't know how correct that is. Blue Badger badgers witness. Oh, God, he badgers me. Yo, what's up, Small? But again, you can't just do whatever you want to get a witness to slip. There are rules against, certain things, like remaining on topic. If I'm an attorney, I object to it being badgering the witness. This. Still don't know if this is where I should be presenting this. Feels like I should wait on that. I should save. Saved in a while. No. Okay, that's still not bad. I wonder if it's the lamp then? You don't sound very sure. Nope. The problem is that this doesn't... The problem is that there's nothing connecting her to this. So I don't see how that could be the answer. Like, connecting her specifically to this object. We could possibly connect this to the gun based on the gun's fingerprint, but I think that might be going a step ahead. How did Dr. Maractus respond to the warning?
Oh, he was quite surprised, panicky even. Who wouldn't be scared to learn a Kataki was after them?
Incidentally, this court is not afraid of any mobsters. Except for Red White. Why, we had a life-threatening situation just yesterday right here in this courtroom. Yeah, real impressive the way you stood up to that attack of the amazing Mr. Hat, sir.
After which I carried you back to your chambers. Sounds like the judge had quite a fright.
Nothing happened in Dr. Maractus' office that day, huh?
What about the mess we found? Something definitely happened in that office, Apollo.
I know. We can't prove when it happened. Nor that Alita Tiala was in any way involved.
Well, let's try putting some evidence up anyway.
Did the game just say shrug? Why don't we just do it anyway? See what happens. My gut's telling me it's the lamp. Fuck, it's not. Was it the bullet then? The bullet's the only other thing that it would be, yeah. See, that's actually a really good indication of how the Japanese system works versus the American system. You wouldn't word it like that. You would word it as the prosecution has met their burden of proof. As opposed to the defendant has failed to defeat the claims. If that makes sense. You say nothing happened in the doctor's office. Okay, so that wasn't actually a step ahead of the game. I figured it would be. I disagree. Take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like a squished up ball of clay. Kind of like you, actually.
Damn. That's entirely inaccurate, but still harsh. This bullet was found in the Maractus Clinic office. Something did happen in that office, Miss Tiala.
Enough of this joking around. The police investigated that clinic.
Ah, but this was stuck inside the doctor's safe.
Inside the safe? I guess the police didn't check that far. But there is a problem. How can you say that bullet was fired on that day?
Weren't you the one who explained the rifling marks to us? The pistol was taken from the Kataki's mansion that day. If the marks on this bullet match the murder weapon, then that proves a firearm was discharged in that office on the day of the murder.
Not bad, Herr Forehead.
Bailiff, have this bullet analyzed immediately. Okay. So apparently that was a thing that happened, Mike. Why? Did it happen, though? Hey, Blue Rose, what's up? It wasn't in Florida, but Ohio. Ah, Ohio. The Florida of the Midwest. Yeah, I was going to say, his hair kind of means he doesn't look all that squishy. More pointy, right? 30 minutes later, a reporter arrives. The rifling marks on both bullets are identical. Ooh-yah! Oh, it gives you full health back? I just assumed it gave you, like, the one shot again. Yeah, it's fun so far, Blue Rose. Just to be unique, I'm guessing? What's the point of any haircut? When Mike thinks, you know what, you might be a bit much, then you know you're a bit much. Because Mike doesn't say that lightly. Tries to accept all of your quirks. Well, it seems as though the bullet in the safe was fired from the murder weapon. Perhaps the defense would like to state their position. The bullet in that safe proves one fact. A pistol was fired in that office on that day, and at the time of the firing, the safe was open. The safe, which contained the top secret chart. Do you think someone was threatening Dr. Maractus in order to open the safe? Only one person was in a position to do such a thing. Our witness, Alita Tiala. Order, order, order! Mr. Justice, where are you going with this? Are you accusing the witness? Alita Tiala knew about Waki Kiyotaka's botched operation. She got engaged to him without telling him about it. As long as that bullet remained in his chest, his days were numbered. What if she married him and then the bullet finally reached its destination? What? That reminds me, apparently the Kitakis have been asserting themselves in lawful business practices. They're making quite a great deal of money, a fortune, if you will. Nefarious. So she planned to marry him just to get her hands on this fortune? Oh, God. You keep talking trash about my Alita, and I'll sue you, lawyer man. Huh? Me? Yeah, you said you'd abuse my Alita. I think you mean accused. Same difference. Well, you can't have her. She's mine. It was me. I shot that doctor. Me. He left me to die, so I left him to die too, there in that park. Waki, just cool down a second, please. You keep your hands off my Alita, or I'll... Miss Tiala, what is with that maniacal laugh?
I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've laughed so hard.
Something funny?
Waki, wake up and smell reality.
Oh my God. Reality, what? The reality where you teleport away and then he reappears right in front of where you were? Alita, baby?
The signature on the chart, the engagement. I mean, come on. It's so obvious, even for a brainless, spoiled brat such as yourself.
Alita,
your honesty is like a breath of foul air, Fräulein. Hey, I wasn't getting out of this clean anyway.
so the family fortune is what you're really after? You're really after.
That's right, I wanted the money.
No way, that's whack. I ain't trying to hear that.
Should have done the wedding earlier. Oh well. By the way, can I ask you a question?
Who, me?
I believe you said you were going to abuse me.
Accuse.
Of what crime, might I ask?
Huh?
Oh, I'm a bad girl, sure. I got close to that brat because I wanted his money. But he was the one with the pistol. He could have fired it into the safe after I'd already left the clinic.
What?
I would never do a thing like that. It was definitely that silly brat.
Wait, but...
What are you talking about?
Trucy?
You had the most to lose if that chart was found. But I didn't have a pistol now, did I? Well, you could have taken Waki's. You think he'd have mentioned that, no? All I've heard him say is, it was me, I shot him.
That's only because he's trying to protect you.
Sorry to intrude in this lovely conversation.
But the two of you are forgetting one critical point.
What point?
Certainly, the Fraulein wanted that chart. You assumed she threatened the doctor into opening that safe, but then wouldn't she have taken the chart?
Oh,
you see, that chart wouldn't have been left in that safe. He's right. He is. Miss Tiala.
Yes?
It is clear to this court that you are not a very good fiancé.
Oh, I'm flattered.
Perhaps it's time you told us the truth. Tell us about yourself, including your actions and whereabouts on that day.
Don't forget, we've proven that you were at the Maractus Clinic on the day of the crime.
The reality you faced him out of existence.
Yes, I went to the clinic that day to speak to the doctor. I wanted that chart, but I failed to get it, so I went back to the clinic later. In any case, I didn't shoot him. You don't even have proof I stole that pistol, do you? And that brat was spotted in the park at the moment of the crime. Frankly, I don't think it matters if Dr. Maractus was shot in the temple or not.
Neither of those last two statements matter from that witness based on what we were talking about.
You went back later. That chart was dangerous, you understand? I needed to get rid of it, that's why I went that day.
But you couldn't get the chart then, could you?
And later that night, Dr. Maractus was shot. I'd heard about the shooting, waited a day, but then I had to go back. No easy feat with the cops all over the place.
Ah, that was you?
Apollo, that sound! It came from behind this door. Someone's in there.
So you were the burglar.
That was you two? If only I had one more minute. Then I could have opened that safe and gotten the chart.
What? That's trespassing. And brazen at that.
Oh, is this a trial for trespassing now? Besides, you can't blame a girl for wanting to protect herself.
No, but that'll be a separate charge that's brought against you. And you absolutely can blame somebody for wanting to protect themselves if they violate the law for that reason.
They are gangsters, you know.
In any case, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination.
Admitting the little crime to avoid the big one, eh?
It's like the red-white. The Shadow Realm. I mean, I'm fine with you doing that. PewDiePie raid. Alright, Cold Zero. Yo, what's up, Silent Martyr? What's your command? Thank you for the raid, my dude. Silent or Silent Martyr? Yep. There it is. Make sure to go check out Silent Martyr's Twitch channel. He's a speedrunner. He speedruns a lot of cool games. Resident Evil, Final Fantasy. Also plays really a man of fine RPG tastes. Chrono Trigger and stuff like that. Make sure to go check him out. Show him some love for throwing the raid our way. I'd greatly appreciate it. Okay. Jake, to be fair, Luke Atme is an average at best character, whereas Nagito is elite tier. I agree with Trep here. Yeah, it's supposed to go with the theme of the channel. So, for those that came in on that raid, don't know me, my name's Twain. I'm one of 4 people on this channel. We stream on Twitch and YouTube. We post like recorded content on YouTube in addition to the streaming. And this is the 4th game in the Phoenix Wright series, the first of the 2nd trilogy of the main titles. I'm a licensed attorney, and these are my first playthroughs of this game. Giving you an American from the U.S. that perspective of the law here and how it would apply in these situations, which in many cases is very different because this is all based on mostly on the Japanese legal system, which is very different. Yeah, I don't know what, I just kind of slipped into the voice acting there, but yeah, normally I'm just like clicking past the flashbacks. It's not something new. I forget which game, I don't remember if it was Justice for All or Trials and Tribulations, but one of them had a bit more than the others, and I was like, okay, this is a bit much. Oh, it was the... It was Rise from the Ashes that did that. Because it kept showing that picture, not just the flashbacks, but it kept showing that image of that woman that hung herself. And I'm just like, do you have a fetish for this or what? Like, bruh, we know what happened. Oh my God, that's right. Corno Tigger? Is that a different form of Tigger from Winnie the Pooh? Oh, yikes. That sounds like a slight annoyance that would build up over time. Why that day? That brat was uncontrollable. He was ready to kill. And that would bring in the police. And that chart would become evidence. And I'd be hung out to dry.
But the police didn't check the safe, did they?
Well, they thought the crime scene was the park.
I'll make sure the responsible parties feel the heat. Such sloppiness won't be tolerated, yeah?
I'm kind of thankful for that sloppiness myself, actually. Well, no shit. Later?
When I heard what happened, well, I was too scared to do anything that day. So I waited up until the day after. The 16th, was it? Of course, you and that meddling kid had to get in my way.
But why did Dr. Maractus keep that chart around? It was clearly dangerous for him. He could have burned it.
Because he's a coward. That chart was his insurance.
Insurance?
My signature on that chart, to be more specific. That made sure I couldn't betray him.
But you could have stolen it.
Could have? Is this some new definition of proof?
We'll ask Walkie. He'll tell us. No, he won't.
Why'd I remind you this is a cross-examination? I want to keep your baseless theories to yourself.
Ugh. He's right, isn't he? Yeah, it wasn't the strongest comeback, or it wasn't the strongest response from Apollo there. Oh, right. That was case 4 of Justice for All. That's right. Because there wasn't a suicide in Rise from the Ashes. Yeah. That was weird. That was weird. Yeah, JB caught that first. Celeste impacts. Oh my God, Mike. I give credits for the raid, and credits for 15 likes, and credits for 20 likes. Yeah, but
what? You have nothing to say. This case is over. It was over the moment that brat was seen in the park. What's the point in dragging it out any further?
Doctor was shot in the right temple, yes?
Though it seems. Let's review the facts again, shall we? The killer shot from this location. The bullet would have struck our victim square in the forehead. However, the entry wound was in the right temple.
Yes, we heard testimony on this yesterday. At the time of the shooting, the witness was standing here. Just before the gun was fired, he shouted. The victim turned his head to look and was shot. That testimony was proven to be a lie. Our egregious panty snatcher, Mr. Stickler, did witness the crime, but he was standing to the north, next to the trash can where he tossed those panties. If Mr. Stickler shouted from this location, the bullet couldn't hit his right temple.
Silly attorney.
What?
You remember what you had for breakfast that morning? You remember?
Did you remember, Trucy?
I always have a glass of milk for breakfast.
What matters is one thing. The doctor was shot in his right temple. If that's the case, there can only be one explanation. The panties guy was mistaken. But his location was proven. You can't write that off as him being mistaken. Then why don't you show us, Herr Forehead? Show you what? Must I explain everything? Very well. Let's recap. If the witness, panties guy, was standing to the north, then where was the shooter standing? From what location did the killer shoot the victim? Well, wait, if the witness was standing there, how could anyone shoot the victim in the right temple? I merely laid out the facts for us. It is up to the one possessing the shiny forehead to show us. If you can, that is. Waki Kataki was standing at the killer mark. Wesley Stickler at the witness mark. And of course, Paul Maractus was at the victim mark. God damn it. Oh my god, Mike. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Where was the killer standing? As the facts stand now, we can't explain this crime without contradicting ourselves at some point. But I know why. The real killer shot from an entirely different location. What are you talking about? I don't see any other place. Apparently, Mr. Justice does. Let's hear it. Where in the park did the victim shoot? Where in the park did the killer shoot the victim from? It's time to raise the roof and the stakes. Huh? Penalties are such frightening things, don't you think? But what if we were a bit more... they were a bit more terrifying? Like so. Double penalty? Forehead wishes to take us in a new direction? Then he must be ready for the challenges ahead! Challenge accepted. It's just... there it is! It's justice time! What would happen if a defendant committed suicide in the middle of a trial in the courtroom? What do you mean? Turnabout... wait, My Little Pony fan series Turnabout Storm? What? That's a thing? Interesting. The trial was postponed forever. You can still posthumously be found guilty of that. I think. That might be... I wonder if that's a state... no, that has to be a common law thing, right? Posthumous conviction.
due to the heavy cost, they are usually held only under extraordinary circumstances. So yeah, they can. It's just a matter of would they. I don't know how often that happens in the US. Interesting. Fully voice acted. Use some music from future games. Well, I wouldn't play it until I was. If I were gonna play something like that, I wouldn't play it until I was done with the main series. Yeah. So if you're looking to avoid the cost of having to do a posthumous trial, you could declare a mistrial because the jury could be considered tainted based on trauma experienced from seeing that happen. And thus, in theory, you should need an entirely new jury to come to a more objective conclusion. And then you might just never refile the trial because they see it as it being the matter being taken care of. What happened? I saw all this start. From where? Who did it? Oh, that guy on Twitch? Oh, well. I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt the first time. But now he is done. Yeah, I don't know what he said, because again, once no hints gets dropped, everything just up in the restream window. But I just banned him. You mean on Twitch? There are mods on Twitch, just none of them are here. You spammed so hard you got timed out. Another one of the benefits of Restream. YouTube, if it were just YouTube, you might have seen it because it's smaller, more stuff on the screen. Yes, thank you. It was like Trep, Lugia. I think somebody else said something too, just to keep it all moving. All right, back to it.
Are you sure, Apollo?
The key is the witness, Mr. Stickler's testimony. If we believe that, and we know where he stood, and the victim turned when he shouted, there's only one place the killer could have been. The killer shot the victim from... Leave you all a debt of gratitude to Miss Alita Tiala.
What do you mean?
Thanks to you, we had a chance to review the crime. And this time, we were prepared. We know that Wesley Stickler was telling the truth. Should have listened to him from the beginning. Wesley Stickler was standing next to the trash can when he saw the two men. He shouted just as he told us in his testimony. And the victim turned to look in his direction. A shot was fired. The victim was hit in the right temple. Oh no. Oh yes. Which direction was his right temple facing at that moment? That's right, towards the noodle stand. Order, order, order! So you're saying the killer was inside the noodle stand? Let's think about this a bit more, shall we? You say the killer was inside the noodle stand, which would mean the victim, Dr. Maractus, came to the park, wheeling his own motor in the cart behind him. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'd think you'd notice if you were pulling someone along. There's something we should worry about before that. Why was he pulling the noodle stand in the first place? Let's deal with our problems one at a time, shall we? Someone was hiding in the stand. We have not come this far to talk about possibilities. Let's talk about proof, baby. Show us evidence that proves someone was in that stand! Can I prove that? You want evidence that someone was in that stand? I think I have it. Well, I've got it. Got it right here. Intriguing. Let's see what you've got. Show us proof that someone was hiding in the noodle stand. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Where did we find that bowl? I'm not actually sure we have any evidence. Oh, this. I'm
Maractus Clinic, and they're covered with paint. These slippers were found in a trash can near the crime scene. And a single slipper print was found at that scene, right next to the noodle stand. Ah! Oh, and Miss Yella, your toe print was found in the left slipper. Ugh. In other words, this is proof you were inside that noodle stand. Ah! Yet there was only one slipper mark found at the scene. Can this be called a footprint in good faith? Observe the diagram. A park pathway runs right next to the slipper mark. Slipper wouldn't leave a trace on a cobblestone path. Yet you still cannot say this is a footprint, Ja. Why not? You have an impression left by a single slipper. What if it was on the stand and simply fell to the ground? That's just dumb. One more thing. A noodle stand is typically cluttered with the tools of the noodle making trade. There's no room for a person to ride in there. You do have a point. Could someone have hidden in that stand?
Apollo, I think I might be onto something. I think I figured out one of our pieces of evidence. In order to make room in the stand, something would have to be.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have proof that someone could have hidden in the stand? I can prove one thing. Someone did scheme to clear space in that stand. A bowl? This is a noodle bowl from the stolen Eldoon's Noodles noodle stand. Yes, and what about it? We have discovered a large quantity of these bowls yesterday in the lobby of the Maractus Clinic. A large quantity of noodle bowls in the victim's clinic. Mr. Eldoon was very clear about these bowls. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. That's right, he's not old. Yet the bowls are removed. That night, there was space inside that noodle stand. Space created at the Maractus Clinic, no less. Right around the time that you were there, Miss Alita Tiala. Stop! I won't listen to any more of these wild fantasies. No, not fantasies. They're worse lies than that spoiled brat's pickup lines. I would like to remind the witness of her current status. This court does not consider you entirely innocent.
Show me an innocent, I'll show you a fairy tale.
In any case, the defense has somehow made its point. The witness has had both a motive and an opportunity to kill Dr. Maractus.
More fairy tales. This whole trial is a fairy tale.
Then please pull us back down to reality, Miss Tiala. I'm giving you one last chance to explain yourself. That was nice. That was nice. This is it. Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand that night? And what was Alita Tiala doing inside it? Time to get to the bottom of this case. When I looked at his profile, JB. You can present the bowl, then the slipper? Oh, that's interesting. It's cool that they don't necessarily like strap you to one like linear line of reasoning. Yeah, I mean, I gotta keep it now, right? Because that's what I've given him since the beginning.
That night, I went to ask Dr. Maractus for the chart. I had no intention of ever letting that chart fall into the Kataki family's hands. But Dr. Maractus didn't understand. For some reason, he thought the Katakis had sent me. So I gave up and went home. All I did was talk to him.
You knew about the botched operation, so you tried to get rid of the chart to save yourself.
I won't make excuses. And I did warn the good doctor. I gave him a chance. I told him that brat got his health checkup report and that he was coming to settle the score.
I see. Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the last testimony. Either I perceive the truth or it's over.
Oh, I have to perceive again? So you did go to steal that chart.
Were you listening? I said I asked him for it.
The victim was a man in good health. I don't see how she could have coerced him.
True, it would have been impossible without a pistol. What if she did have a pistol? I'll admit I wanted the chart, that much is true. My reason was simple.
Yeah, the first two games did. There were a few times, a few circumstances where you could have presented one of two things, but that's it. That just meant that you could have given one, and it would have just been just as effective as giving another because they would combine them essentially. Whereas here, they actually allowed you to present one thing first and then another thing later because you could explain it either way. I mean, like, functionally it's the same, except that you choose two items instead of just one. Like, the line of thinking is different, whereas these two items weren't necessarily working in conjunction. They're still related to each other. Whereas when you had two options in the original trilogy, it's because those two things were generally working in conjunction with each other. Doesn't look like we dropped frames. You better not have. Like I said, I should have fixed that shit.
Certainly would have put a damper on your wedding plans, I'd say. Not only that, if the Katakis had gotten that chart, I'd probably be with Dr. Maractus now, pulling that great noodle stand in the sky. It seems our witness was in his fix as well. Who would want to die pulling a noodle stand? When I die, it will be by disappearing mysteriously in the middle of a magic act.
Can we act a little less morbid, please?
So you see, I needed that chart.
He didn't understand?
He wouldn't listen to a word I was saying. The moment he saw me, he started to tremble. I thought, what a sad excuse for a man.
Please don't smile like that anymore. It's creepy.
He was practically delusional.
They sent you?
He thought the Katakis had sent me to get the chart.
It makes some sense. You are their son's fiancée.
Don't make me laugh. The Katakis send me? They don't play that way. If they'd known about that chart, they would have gone in there with guns blazing. But I couldn't convince the trembling doctor otherwise.
That was really all that happened. What were all those noodle bowls doing there?
How should I know? There weren't any bowls when I went. I know that much. Why don't you let me be and go look for your killer somewhere else, alright?
I detect uncertainty there. This is my last chance.
Apollo, any word from your bracelet?
Yeah, actually. I felt it respond.
I couldn't see a thing. It's up to you, Apollo.
Time to perceive the truth. Here comes justice. All I did was talk and lie.
What? Show me proof.
Pretty sure about this one. I think I'm getting the hang of this. A little slip of confidence and they give it all away. The proof is you, Miss Tiala. All I did was talk to him, you claim. Yet you can't hide your own nervous twitch when you say those words. My twitch? What are you talking about? You have a habit of scratching the area of your neck around the edge of your scarf.
What? What?
This is working better than I'd hoped. Her unconscious actions tell the truth she won't say. Habits and lies, 2 dots. Connect the dots and find the truth.
Don't look at me like that. I told you the truth.
Seems that when you recall what really happened in that office, you can't keep your hands off your neck, can you?
It seems that nervous habits are unconscious reactions that manifest when someone is trying to hide something.
You can't hide behind your scarf, Miss Tiala. Something happened between you and the victim in the Maractus Clinic office. And I've got proof that shows exactly what happened. She found my habit. Alright, yeah. I think I was a step ahead there. It's gotta be this, then.
What's that?
That time I was one step ahead. You're touching your scarf again. There's something unusual about this lamp. The bulb is broken, and there's a red splotch on the cord. Seeing how you hide your neck, I think I can come up with a plausible explanation for the lamp's state.
Well, spill it out. This talking in circles nonsense is killing me.
Very well. The answer is very simple. Miss Alita Tiala, please remove your scarf.
Yeah!
I gotta get better at girl eeks. I'm bad at them, sorry. Yeah, I mean, when I figured out the pause thing, that changed everything. Because otherwise, you saw what was happening. Me having to go back and forth over and over and over again.
This is a trial to determine what happened in that park. Yet we seem to have drifted off target.
We'll find out soon enough for drifting, as soon as the witness removes her scarf.
I won't do it. This is insane. I'm an unrelated third party. You can't order me removed.
Miss Tiala, I'm afraid you've forgotten what's already been proven.
What?
You're hardly unrelated. Please remove your scarf.
No! No!
I knew it. So I was right, wasn't I, Miss Alita Tiala? Your neck. That isn't what I think it is. Something did happen that night at the Maractus Clinic. You need to get that chart back. You needed to get that chart back no matter what it took. Even if you had to steal your fiance's pistol to do it. But wait, looking at this lamp and the witness's neck, it looks like the very opposite happened.
Exactly.
The victim in the clinic that night was this witness. Specifically, you tried to threaten Dr. Maractus and he attacked you. That's what happened that night at the Maractus Clinic. Ugh. She have birds with her or something? I would say that the ones in Danganronpa are more metal. So it's a matter of whether you enjoy that sort of thing or not. Eek doesn't really fit that moment, to be fair. That's probably part of it. I think the no makes a lot more sense. So I can't really get the emotion if I'm like, why would she do that there? Order, order, order. Will someone please tell me what really happened?
I told you the truth already. I went to the clinic that night to warn Dr. Maractus. That gangster knows everything. He's coming for you.
Looks like my clinic C/patient.
We have to get rid of that chart. Quick, open your safe. Give it to me.
So you can send me what's good.
What?
I know what you're up to. You went in with that family. If they see that chart, you're finished. Leaving me holding the short straw. But if I'm going down, I want some company, you.
And what happened next? He jumped at me and knocked me to the floor. Then he took that cord. Pal Maractus was serious, deadly serious. Get it? He really tried to strangle me. I must have blacked out.
So, you were the victim.
And the red splotch on the cord was your lipstick. I didn't want to remember that night. That's why I didn't bring it up. There, are you happy now? I was out cold, almost killed. You claimed that I then snuck into that noodle stand, but how could I?
Ah!
Well, one thing is clear. We now know what really happened at the Maractus Clinic. And it would seem that our victim was not entirely without blame himself. I'm sorry. I get so nervous just thinking of it, it's hard to breathe. I've told you everything. Can I go home now?
You bear some responsibility for events that day, true. Yet if you were also a victim, this court would owe you some sympathy. Well, Mr. Justice, I believe this clears up the remaining questions for Miss Tiala.
When did this happen?
Suddenly everyone's sympathizing with her.
I don't know what to think anymore, Paolo. I mean, is that it? Do we know everything we need to know about Miss Tiala?
Very well, this finishes the cross-examination.
Not so fast. This party's just getting started. Now we rock.
What?
Those spikes on your head are softer than they look. I do not have the stomach to go all the way.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Pal Maractus choked Alita Tiala. She fell unconscious. But what happened next? He's right. There is more we don't know.
But she was choked hard enough to leave that mark. She would have been out for a while.
Even still, what if it was her in that noodle stand?
Alita Tiala half dead, Dr. Maractus pulling that stand, and a bullet fired from inside the noodle stand.
What if it's all true? We might have already figured out what truly happened that night.
Miss Alita Tiala, as you can see, we're not through with you just yet.
You really want to blame me for this murder, don't you? You too, Prosecutor Gavin.
Me, Fräulein? I only wish to know the truth. Well, let's go back over what we've learned up till now. The day of the murder, Walkie saw his checkup report. What he learned about the bullet still inside him. So he took a pistol from the family stash, with the intent to give Dr. Maractus some of his own medicine.
And Miss Tiala heard about this from Walkie, so she went to the Maractus clinic ahead of him, in order to get rid of the chart with her signature.
But then, something happened.
Sounds like you figured it all out. But remember, I was the victim. I was out cold.
But what about Dr. Maractus?
That does seem to be the problem. He had just strangled Alita Tiala, perhaps he thought to death.
What did he do after his crime? You think a doctor would have been able to determine whether it was to death or not?
I was just knocked out, not dead. From the state of his clinic and the scene in the park, I think it's clear what the good doctor did next.
Well, Herr Forehead, care to guess? Well, Mr. Justice, what did Dr. Maractus do? He did think he killed Alita Tiara. Do you have evidence to show what he did next? Shit. I don't know. I mean, the slippers show that he could have just picked her up and put her in. bullet? When did the bullet get there then? Damn it. I'm not sure where the game wants me to go there. Let's see what happens if you just try again. I wonder if they replenish your health. Yo, what's up, PJ? Oh yeah, it does. As his next move, Dr. Maractus stole Guy Eldoon's noodle stand. What? Killing me disturbed him that much? So much he randomly stole a noodle stand? It wasn't so random. Remember all the bowls in the clinic's foyer? Bowls that belonged inside that stand? I think it's pretty obvious, don't you? That stand was at the clinic. However, the question is, why did he remove the bowls? Maybe because the stand was heavy? Or he wanted to put something in the stand in their place? Ah, wait, you don't mean... I do. Dr. Maractus did replace those bowls with something. Your corpse, Miss Tiala. My corpse? Dr. Maractus panicked. He thought he'd kill you. His next move would be to dispose of the body. That's crazy talk. You're all crazy. Then let's think about it, logically. The doctor had a place to dispose of you in mind, but on his way... The doctor had a place to dispose of you in mind, but on his way there... Who should he run into but the defendant, Waki Kataki? I question your logic. What's this, Prosecutor Gavin? The park is a dead end. Why would he head in that direction to begin with? That's right, he had no reason to go there. Oh, now I get it. It was a trick. That spoiled brat made him do it. He made the doctor steal the stand. Tell me, why would someone go to a dead end? Unless the park was his destination. What? Apparently the defense has an idea. Tell us where Dr. Maractus is heading with the stand. Here, please show us on this diagram. So where exactly was the victim dragging that stand? Be over here. There, that's a river. Yes, Your Honor. I scarcely need to explain why. Perfect place to dispose of a body. He was going to throw me in that river? He didn't have many other options, Fräulein. I believe this clears up all of the remaining questions. The victim pulling the stand, the defendant before him. And inside the stand, you, Mrs. Alita Tiala. And then, the nomads. Wesley Stickler, of panty snatching fame, walks up. Seeing the two men, he shouts. In that instant. So I shot him? You were the only one who could have stolen Waki's pistol. It had to be you. Well, Miss Tiala? Nice work. You mean I'm right? I mean you've done a fine job dreaming up a story. To get that spoiled brat off the hook. You're the one who's dreaming. Paul has backed up everything he said with facts. If you're so sure he's making it up, give us another reason. Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand through the park? Who knows? There's one gaping hole in your logic.
You're the only one! I think Mr. Gavin knows whereof I speak.
Whereof what? I can't believe she's still trying to deny this.
Is this true, Prosecutor Gavin? Must I always be the one to point out their foreheads, Eris?
Maybe there really is something.
I believe the Fräulein speaks of her doctor's car.
His car?
That's right, the Maractus Clinic has that big garage.
In which sat a green sports car, was it?
Why would he steal the stand in the first place? If he wanted to carry a body, he would have used this car.
Ugh.
So we find our victim without probable cause to steal that stand. Our defense without a case. I have an idea. You know that green car? I bet it wouldn't run, it was broken.
Ah, what an excellent counter-argument, Fräulein.
Too bad you're quite wrong.
Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened to your daddy.
Daddy?
That's right. That night, the car that hit Mr. Wright was that green sports car. Oh yes, I'd nearly forgotten about it.
Afterward, he drove it back to the garage. It ran fine. That's right. So why did he use this beloved sports car,
Ugh.
A glaring contradiction, to be sure.
More glaring than your forehead! No, no! Order, order, order! Well, Mr. Justice, why didn't Dr. Maractus use his car to carry the body?
Is that a groan of surrender I hear? Some advice. Now is a good time to review all you know. Everything you've learned over the last 2 days.
Everything I've learned? Mr. Justice, this contradiction casts doubt on your entire case. This is truly your last chance. The defense will explain to us what happened that night.
What?
How would that have worked, though, if somebody else stole the stand? Because he was still pulling it when he got shot, right? Asked me to ask you again, who your last ship? Actually, it was someone else who stole that stand. But then why was the victim pulling it? Well, he would have had to steal it from someone else. Back where we started, Mr. Justice. An explanation for why he didn't use the car? I ask you again, blah blah blah. Though it didn't run. I have an idea. It's all coming together. That night, Dr. Maractus couldn't use his car. Now you're making even less sense than usual. Not according to my information, Miss Tiela. Put one and one together, and the explanation is simple. If it's so simple, perhaps you can show us some evidence? Show us proof why the car wouldn't run that night. 10 p.m. This is proof of why the car broke down that night. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? It's proof of a malfunction, all right. A malfunction in her forehead's brain. Court accepts as evidence. That's funny. Well, you will mend your malfunction and present evidence that makes sense. Why the car wouldn't run that night. Oh! Let's see now. Panties again? All sorts of things come out of my panties. Even the truth. Another crime was committed that night of the night of the murder. The theft of those panties, the latest in a string of similar thefts, actually. But that night, the snatcher was caught in the act. Brave young girl chased the thief until he hid. The Maractus Clinic garage. What? The snatcher hid the panties there before running. Perhaps someone in this court remembers where he hid them? Why, weren't they found in the car's exhaust pipe? Exactly. By the way, I learned something yesterday. Very important piece of information. And I learned it from you, Prosecutor Gavin.
Ma, how interesting.
While Miss Tiala and the doctor were struggling, the panty snatcher stuck in the Maractus garage. From that time until the time we found these, that car wouldn't start.
What? That's why Dr. Maractus had to use the noodle stand. It was the next closest thing you can think of.
Well, Miss Tiala? Dude just did a guitar solo and had nothing else to follow that up with. That's funny. It's weird, though, that he would know all along and not just do something about it, and instead go through this really weird song and dance. Like, doesn't he have the ability to drop the case and refile it against her instead? Because he knows? Clear, Pearl does have a bigger forehead, pearly forehead. This wraps up your doubts quite nicely, I think.
So it does. Where am I? So dark, can't see. Cramp. Pain, my throat's burning.
Oh, what's your problem? You, Doc. I know what you did.
Walkie?
You lied to me, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, man. Oh, wait, let me explain. Fine, I'll give you your last request. Listen, your big trick. It's not how you think. It's not just me.
No. He'll ruin everything. I have to stop him.
Cisa says wants you to.
Funny, this isn't the way it was supposed to turn out. Oh well, too bad. There's still one mystery. How did you manage to disappear from that stand? The silence after the shot, I heard the witness running. I believe we heard as much from Wesley Stickler. He went to use the public phone to inform the police, which is when I made my escape, which is when you left that slipper print. Dr. Maractus didn't bother taking my slippers off. I threw them out after I stepped in that paint, though. That was your mistake. No, my biggest mistake was coming to you for help, Mr. Justice. Huh? I believed in you. You and your anything agency. If anyone would get Waukee declared guilty, it was you. I believe we've reached a conclusion of sorts. Prosecutor Gavin, how is Miss Alita Tiala doing? She's confessed to everything. We're processing her arrest now. Prosecutor Gavin sure seems calm for someone who just lost. I think he already knew. He figured out she was the killer a while ago. So, again, why wouldn't he have just dropped the case and refiled it if he knew? He lost, but I didn't exactly win either. Something the matter here for her? Looks like it's time for to announce a verdict. Not guilty. Bet he doesn't feel happy, like celebrating. Court is adjourned. Yeah, but even if he was just having fun, that's a dereliction of duty on his part. I think that would be the more likely explanation, is that he didn't necessarily know it was her, and Apollo helped him figure out that it was indeed her that did it. With the most punchable we can get, yeah, right and Co. Anything agency. We'll get the most punchable clients off scot-free. Oh man. We'll help even the most punchable clients. Great job, Apollo, you did it. Yeah, we did, somehow. Rocky's off the hook. Free to become the gangster he's always wanted to be. And he has you to thank. Hey, attorney man, you're gonna pay for what you did to Magneto, Holmes. Bruh, or to blame, I guess. You give me my Magneto back, stupid pointy-headed attorney with the death wish. Enough, Waukee. Ah, Mr. Kataki. Big wins? What? Oh, that's right. His name was Big Wins Kitaki. Oh, man. Excellent. Excellent. It's high time you opened your eyes, Waukee. What do you know, man? It's about time you opened yours. Giving up the life, trying to become some kind of businessman. Don't talk about what you don't understand, Waukee. I'm afraid the guard is gonna throw them both out. If not in jail, wouldn't that be a happy ending? Hey, maybe we can help them out. We know why Mr. Kataki needs to make so much money. Maybe you should tell Waukee. Oh, Waukee, Apollo has something to tell you. Oh, I do? Way to put me on the spot. What's that? Show him the reason why, Apollo. Why is Mr. Kataki trying to become a businessman? To pay for his surgery. Right? Show his wife's penis. Gotta be it, right? Think about it, Waukee. Think about your condition. I talked with your mother, Little Plum, yesterday. She doesn't mean you aren't really, are you? I searched the globe and I found one. The doctor can take that bullet out of you, Walkie, but it's an expensive procedure. Man, but you got plenty of money already, don't you? I won't use it. It was the gangster life that did this to you, Walkie. I want to help you, and I want to do it clean.
I thought those were glasses. I thought they were sunglasses the whole time. The whole time.
Please understand, Walkie. Dad. Man, I see how it is, old man. Always looking out for... Walkie? This is good, old man. One day, I'm gonna take you out. Then we'll see who's the OG. You're trying to hide your business, dude. I'll find you. Stupid old geezer.
I also never realized that he had a Blue Badger shirt. Unless I did notice it and immediately forgot because I wanted to purge it from my memory.
My, Walkie. No, it's as it should be. Mr. Kataki.
Liked him more without the puppy dog eyes.
I'm glad to have met you. I'm not so good with words, but I know a professional job when I see one. Thank you.
Who, me? I don't think.
Someday, I'll bake you one of our latest, the Kentucky lime pie.
He's opening a pie shop?
So long.
That's an interesting... Yeah, I could see that. In the HD version, I think they're more clearly like a lighter dark shade. As opposed to if they were darker on the DS, I could see why you'd think they were shadowed. Yeah, I'd eat the pie, not gonna lie.
And he's gone. Well, let's head back, Apollo, to the Right Anything Agency.
Hey, since when do I work at your agency?
Oh, we make a good team. Don't just stand there, let's get going.
Huh? Why not? She did help me out. There's a few questions that still need answers. Like this power of mine that she showed me, and my bracelet. If anyone can help me figure it out, it's her. Oh, my eyebrows. Yeah, that was the biggest plot twist. Though I can't say I care much for what her father has become. What? An incredibly competent attorney who just happens to not practice law and is way better at everything he does than he did when he was actually an attorney 7 years ago. I don't know. I like him more.
Oh, that's right. We have to go someplace first.
Huh? Where?
Why, to claim my reward from Mr. Aldoon.
Ah, salty noodles, right? Gotta stand back already.
Oh, and after that you can come see my show. The special appearance by Mr. Amazing Mr. Hat.
Oh, it's special, all right? Please, anything but him. Well, I guess soon we'll find out how this stacks up versus the other case twos. But yeah, that's going to be it for tonight. Like I said, it wasn't going to be as long of a stream as usual. Make it easier for people to catch up to. And we just finished chapter 2. This is a perfect place to stop. We are not continuing now. Wait, where I placed Apollo? I haven't placed him yet, have I? Am I forgetting? The next Apollo Justice stream will be Tuesday. I might stream something else Monday if I feel like streaming, because that's when I'll be back. But yes, next Apollo Justice stream for sure next Tuesday. No, I didn't, because I don't even think he was on the tier chart, because it was only games 1 through 3. All right, see you later, Sarah. 2 streams. What, you mean 2 Apollo Justice streams next week? Yeah, it's probably going to be... Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe? Because they're not doing it Thursday, Friday. Well... What did I say I was doing Thursday? No, we have to play Smash one of those nights, too. We could actually play Smash Saturday, though. Because Sephiroth... Maybe I don't have anything planned for the 24th. I don't know, maybe... I don't know if KY planned on streaming on Christmas Eve, though. Probably not, I'm guessing. My wife has work, so... At night, so for me it's... Whatever. Don't really have any... plans. Well, I don't know yet. Just know that Tuesday for sure is Apollo Justice. Friday for sure is a Just Chatting stream. That is for sure. There will probably be something Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Smash is probably going to be Saturday. I think Smash happening Saturday is probably better than having Smash on Thursday. Maybe I'll just take Thursday off and then do Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, I'll get that together this weekend so that we'll have a better idea. No Among Us next week. Oh yeah, I like the case. I guess I give my thoughts on that real quick. I like the case. The biggest problem with the case, I guess, is from what I'm hearing, is a problem the entire game suffers from, and that's the investigation isn't necessarily super intuitive of how it leads from place to place. Because in the first 3 games, it seemed very natural. One place, leads to this place. And, we got to go to this place now. Where in this game, it was just kind of like the conversation just kind of ends abruptly. And you're like, okay, now what? And Trucy doesn't necessarily... She gives you a hint that works. But, like, it took 3 steps, I think, to get to where she wanted us to go. But, again, that apparently might be a game-wide problem and not just this case. So, I mean, we'll see. The Kitakis were fun. I like the mother and father. Waki's a fucking garbage douche, but he served his purpose, right? That's what he's supposed to be, I think. Killer was... I guess she was the weakest part of it. Just because it was, like, the whole plot behind it was so, it wasn't all that interesting. Oh, she wanted him for his money. Well, okay. I guess that you throw in the heart condition, that was a little something interesting, but I think that had more to do with the victim than the killer. So yeah, I'd say Alita was probably the weakest part of the case. It's not that she was bad, she just wasn't, like, the motive and all that wasn't anything exciting. Yeah, the accident was just that, an accident. Ironic, I lost my melee. I mean, I'm not going to be able to play with him anyways, JB, so I'm probably just going to wait till the 22nd. Oh, nice. Yeah, I do want to... We are going to play Smash next week. It's going to be our first Smash stream in a while. And let me tell you, I didn't think it was ever going to happen. We probably would have had an Among Us stream next week, if not but for Sephiroth being fucking released in Smash. God damn, that was a hype release. So yeah, Smash will be our multiplayer thing next week. And then I'll figure out the rest of the schedule. The next 2 weeks are going to be more stream filled than usual because I don't have any tutoring winter break. So I can stream whenever I want. It's not going to really be a big deal. Maybe. I don't know. I generally only do multiplayer things once every 2 weeks. But I guess the Sephiroth thing might just be an exception because it's not going to be a member stream. I think I'm just going to open up to everybody, even though I think members are the ones most likely to play. It'll happen at some point, just like it does any game. I mean, I really haven't had motivation to play it. Like, I don't know. It's, my interest is waned. I don't think it's necessarily that I don't have fun. It's just, I just haven't really been into the idea of playing it recently. Fall Guys is talked about, just not as much as it used to be. I think that'll happen to Among Us too. Thank you, Cole, for the follow on Twitch, by the way. Like, because Fall Guys still has a lot of players, especially with the new season out. Just like Acro, yes. I will say that she played the villain role better than Acro did. I don't know, something about Acro's presentation was just boring. At least I enjoyed her presentation. It was very, I don't know, like the whole condescension and like, okay, yeah, whatever. Acro is just more of just like, I did nothing wrong, for I am Acro. So I'd definitely put her higher than Acro, but I mean, yeah, same type of like boring, I guess. Thank you to Silent Martyr for the raid. Yeah, and it looks like I didn't have an issue posting a link, so that's good. Let's go raid Pudge. It's Pudge's birthday today. He's playing Chrono Trigger too, so I mean, something's going on. He's just, something's going on. Oh. Oh well. All right, yeah, let's go raid Pudge. Say hi to Pudge. He was just too boring for me to care. That whole case sucked. I need to just get through that from my VOD cut. I think that's part of the problem, is that case fucking sucks. Yeah, so... yeah, Link's fine. For the mobiles individuals, I mean, yeah, it sucked, but like, he just, I don't know. Maybe I'm a dickhead. That's possible. Maybe I'm just a huge dick, and I should have felt bad for him. But yeah, I'll see you over at Pudge's, and I'll be back next Tuesday. So hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you back at that point. 50 creds for the end. But yeah, all right. Till next time, everyone, take it easy.